stage 3B. So that's 3B. 10. Greenview stage 3B, so that's 3 lots of land. 3B, so that's 3 lots of land. 3 lots of land available. Period for that development. WA having Kalgoorlie. Period for that development. Development. WA having Kalgoorlie.
Yeah, that's really tight. Can you tell me a little bit about what's the market like for people who are looking at the moment in Kalgoorlie?
So the market, there's very little stock on the market in Kalgoorlie. Stock on the market in Kalgoorlie. I think we've got stock on the market in Kalgoorlie. I think we've got market in Kalgoorlie. I think we've got under 300 houses for sale in Kalgoorlie, and houses that the 4x2 that would take 2 or 3 weeks to sell. To sell is now selling. Within 24 hours, and we actually aren't getting too many inquiries on land because there's none. We don't have anything available. There's none. We don't have anything available. People are looking on the internet and they can see. People are looking on the internet and they can see that there's nothing. And they can see that there's nothing available. But I know that we sold the last stages 3A and 3B. I think they sold out in 6 weeks. So that just shows you what the demand was, and in particular the demand is for larger lots rather than smaller lots, which I know stage 4 has a range of between 500 and 1100 square 500 and 1100 square metre lots.
That's great. So what do you think? We've heard about
still the same, 0448 922 604. Plenty to talk about today. We are going to be talking with our fishermen a little bit later on. And that was Christine Hoykard from John Matthew and Sons, real estate agent, talking to Sean Tarek Goodwin. Well, let's follow on with that theme. The Kalgoorlie-Boulder Chamber of Commerce Kalgoorlie-Boulder Chamber of Commerce and Industry hosted a breakfast this morning to digest the local offerings in yesterday's big state budget. The finance minister was there, Tony Butty, and he was the special guest. And Mr Butty spoke to reporters a short time ago and spoke about plans to fund the release of the further 35 housing lots at Greenview. Plans to fund the release. Spoke about plans to fund the release of the further 35 housing lots at Greenview Estate. Greenview Estate in Kalgoorlie, Boulder.
The 35 lots.
Mr Butty spoke to, and he was the special guest, and big state budget. The finance minister was there, Tony Butty, and he was the special guest. And Mr Butty spoke to reporters a short time ago and spoke about plans to fund the release of the further 35 housing lots at Greenview Estate in Kalgoorlie, Boulder.
The 35 lots released investment. 35 lots released investment in the Greenview estate is the big ticket item, and we will continue to work with local government to see what they can do in this space too, and there's also money invested. I think it's $30 million. Money invested. I think it's $30 million in growth housing. Growth housing. It's a very difficult issue. Growth housing. It's a very difficult issue because it's a hot market, not just the cost, but also if you want to build, is just getting the supply and the labour. Also, if you want to build, is just getting the supply and the labour, and the money that's invested in the paramedics and the 24/7 availability of nurses and that is massive for the region. It's massive for the region.
And do you know at the moment where those extra nurses and ambulances are going to go?
No, I mean no. I can assure you that Goldfields and particularly Kalgoorlie, the money is being invested to include those areas. I mean, Kalgoorlie is one of the big regional areas, so some of that will be coming into this area.
Yeah, wonderful.
The Minister of Finance, Tony
rental market looking in that direction?
Leader had the Goldfields Esperance area. Hope your rain is getting to you in the not too distant future. Up next, let's talk football, and an organiser of the Northampton WAFL Saroja Cup says the money raised was well above expectations. The inaugural event was held a week and a half ago. Up next, let's talk football. And an organiser of the Northampton WAFL Saroja Cup says the money raised was well above says WAFL Saroja Cup, Northampton WAFL Saroja, an organiser of the Northampton WAFL Saroja Cup says the money raised was well above says the money raised Cup says WAFL Saroja Cup says the money raised and an organiser of the Northampton WAFL Saroja Cup says the money raised was well above expectations. The inaugural event was held a week and a half ago to raise funds towards the town and surrounding areas. Cyclone Saroja recovery was pretty special. Cyclone Saroja recovery was pretty special day for Northampton. Despite the town producing its fair share of AFL talent, about 9 in all, has actually hosted a WAFL game before the big event. And the Northampton AFL Rams, Andrew Lockyer, says they raised more than 60 to 7,000. Northampton AFL Rams AFL game before the big event, and the Northampton AFL Rams Rams Andrew Lockyer says Rams Andrew Lockyer says they raised game before the big event, and the Northampton AFL Rams Andrew Lockyer says they raised more than $60,000 to $7,000 more than they had hoped for.
Well, it looks like we've raised just on 100,000. We've raised just on
more than they had hoped for.
Well, it looks like we've raised just on 100,000. Well, it looks like we've raised just on $100,000. Just on $100,000 for the just on $100,000 for the event. So we're really pleased with it. We're really pleased with that. It's probably exceeded what we. We're really pleased with that. It's probably exceeded what we wanted to do. What we're aiming for. So do what we're aiming for. So what we're aiming for. So yeah, no, it's been great. It's been great.
$100,000.
Yes.
That's a lot of money.
It is. Yeah, man. Look, it's all attributed to our generous. Our generous sponsors for the day, and sales on the day from the bars and corporate areas, food, and a few of the raffles. So yeah, it's been really good. And a few of the raffles. So yeah, it's been really good.
How much money were you hoping to raise, and how much have you sort of gone over that by?
Oh, look, our aim was probably to raise $70,000, and we want to continue to support the community. So to get 100,000, it's probably exceeded that by a bit.
The local footy club might be pretty happy.
Yeah. So the footy club in the Shire will. The footy club in the Shire will use those. We'll use those funds to do projects as they see fit. So, it's all about helping the community out and make sure that everything we're doing is continue to help the community. Continue to help the community out.
Were you happy with the turnout on the day and how it sort of went?
Absolutely. To have over 3,000 to 4,000 people turn up on the day. To have over 3,000 to 4,000 people turn up on the day. We were really rapt. We thought if we could get 2,500, it was going to be a good day, but to get between 3,000 and 4,000 people there, it's fantastic.
And what the waffle?
It's fantastic.
And what the waffle think?
Yeah, look, the feedback from the waffle has been they're really happy with the way we presented the event. They were happy with the excitement and the buzz around the town, and really happy with the standard of football that was played on the day.
Yeah, fantastic. Look, with that kind of feedback, are you likely to get another waffle game up at Northampton sometime?
Oh, it's something to give up
And
for our area, really good things as well. Just never been to, and the feed. People, you need it.
ABC's Bridget Herman. ABC talking there with the ABC's Bridget Herman. Talking there with the ABC's Bridget Herman, and Bridget. Alding 15, looking at Corder 13, South Merredin 12.5, Morawak Convent 16, Muckenbudin 12, Marling Town 9.5, Marling West 16, looking at Northam Town 16.5, Northampton 16, Northampton West 16 I should say, and the ABC's Bridget Herman, and as Bridget said, a job well done to the Northampton community, the Northampton Footy Club, the East Fremantle Footy Club, the Great Northern Footy League, and everyone else that played their part to make it such a special day. And talking of that, the Northampton Club President, Damien Harris, has texted through. He says, "Good morning, Glenn." Of Great Northern Footy League, and everyone else that played their part to make it such a special day. And talking of that, the Northampton Club President Damien Harris has texted through. He says, "Good morning, Glenn." Northampton Club President Damien Harris has texted Club President Northampton Club President Damien Harris has text through. He says, "Good morning, Glenn. We had 11. Good morning, Glenn. We had 11 to 19 mils more to the northern end to 19 mils more to the northern end of the community there at Bennu. So thank you, Damien. Thank you for updating that. And you did a little bit better than Tom by a couple of mil in some spots. Let's hope the next rain isn't too far away and everyone gets an even distribution, which is always pretty difficult. Up next, we talk weather, and then we'll be finding out about a youth mayor that's taking over and helping raise the profile of youth ideas in Kalgoorlie-Boulder. We'll find out more about that. But let's have some music now, and it is a good track. This is a new one from a few years back. It's Portugal. It's away from 11 o'clock, and I don't know if you've heard, but there's a new sheriff in town. Year 12 student Nandini Jera is the newly elected youth mayor of Kalgoorlie-Boulder. A man. There's a new sheriff in town. Year 12 student Nandini Jera. Nandini Jera is the newly elected youth mayor. Nandini, year 12 student Nandini Jera is the newly elected youth mayor. Nandini Jera is the newly elected Jera is the newly Jera is the newly elected youth mayor of Kalgoorlie-Boulder Youth Council, and she sat with the ABC's Asher Couch to tell her about her new role and what she's got in store for the young people of Kalgoorlie-Boulder.
I'm so excited for this.
Couch to tell her about her new role. Asher Couch. The ABC's Asher Couch to tell her about her new role and what she's got in store for the young people of Kalgoorlie-Boulder.
I'm so excited for this.
Store for the young people of Kalgoorlie-Boulder.
I'm so excited for the upcoming
Boulder. Kalgoorlie-Boulder.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited for the upcoming opportunities that I have in my way, especially the youth precinct coming up, the new project coming up, the new project.
What's the
new project?
What's the new project? Can you tell me a bit about it?
Yeah, so it's
Project. Can you tell me a bit about it?
Yeah, so it's about a $10 million project, and it would be down where the Kingsbury Park is. It would be down where the Kingsbury Park is, and where the Kingsbury Park is, and we'll be building where the Kingsbury Park is, and we'll be building facilities for the youth to use.
Oh,
very cool facilities. So stay tuned. Yes. Very cool facilities. So stay tuned.
that is very cool. What sort of facilities do you think young people around here need?
So it's gonna be skating area. It's gonna be skating area. There's gonna be study space for people, and there's just gonna be little hangout things as well.
And so when you get your ideas for this kind of thing, where do you get them? Is it from when you talk with people at school, or you talk with your friends and they say, like, this is what we'd like?
So all of these discussions like this, all of these discussions like this, we have a youth council, and there can be up to 15 people in it. We discuss stuff there, and we plan things as a group, as a team, and then for people's opinions on that stuff, we put out surveys, so they can have their own voice on how they feel about stuff, and then according to that, it just goes for majority. It just goes for majority of people who like stuff.
What sort of things do you think youth council should be focusing on?
I think as of right now, mental health, it's a really big issue. Mental health, it's a really big issue in our community right now. So I would say mental health.
What sort
I think as of
things do you think youth council should be focusing? Do you think what sort of things do you think youth council should be focusing on?
I think as of right now, mental health, it's a really big issue in our community right now. So I would say mental health.
What sort of things do you think youth council can do to help young people with mental health?
I think we can do more workshops on mental health, provide workshops on mental
health.
I think we can do more workshops on mental health, provide free therapy, which we do actually with Headspace that we have in town, which is pretty good. But most people don't really know about the services that Headspace provides. So I think advertise it more.
If anyone listening, where can they go to find out more about that kind of stuff?
They can.
Where can they go? Listening, where can they go to find out more about that kind of stuff?
They can go online, Headspace website. So if they can't go physically into the centre to talk to a specialist, they can go on website and they can actually chat on phone. And if they don't feel comfortable chatting with the person, they can actually text them. And there's the waiting time on that website is about 15 minutes, and then they connect you with a specialist, and then you can just talk with them. I've tried it myself, and it's pretty good. I would recommend it.
I didn't know that those options were there, so hopefully people go and use them. And now we were just talking about the school subjects you're doing. What sort of things are you most passionate about with Youth Council, but also in terms of just world issues?
Environment is my big thing.
Football Club President Craig Glass. Good morning to you, Craig.
How you going, Glenn?
I'm going well. Well, how'd you go with the rain overnight?
Yeah, pretty good up in Meriden here, Glenn. We, most blokes got between sort of 10 and 15, so yeah, very, very happy.
Good morning, Tony Carr with ABC.
It's the second last week of the campaign.
So hopefully when I go to uni,
which has been dominated by a debate over minimum wage increases and quite a difference in the approach to this issue by the two leaders.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair to say that one of the main themes of the whole campaign's been cost of living and wage growth, or the lack thereof. But this week we really saw that crystal.
Which has been dominated by a debate over minimum wage increases and quite a difference in the approach to this issue by the two leaders.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair to say that one of the main. It's fair to say that. Yeah, I mean, it's fair to say that one of the main themes of the whole campaign's been cost of living and wage growth, or the lack thereof. But this week we really saw that crystallise in, as you say, quite a fundamental difference. You had Anthony Albanese, quite a fundamental difference. You had Anthony Albanese, it wasn't off the cuff comment. This was not it wasn't off the cuff comment. It wasn't off the cuff. It wasn't off the cuff. It wasn't off the cuff comment. This was not a deliberate comment. This was not a deliberate, strategic move to say that they were backing a 5.1% increase in the minimum wage. But he said it. He said yes. But he said it. He said yes. We absolutely support a 5.1% rise. And that needed some tidying up, and we saw him, have to clarify, that that wouldn't necessarily mean a formal submission to the umpire, the Fair Work Commission calling for 5.1. It wouldn't necessarily calling for 5.1. It wouldn't necessarily apply to all of those whose It wouldn't necessarily apply to all of those whose pay is pegged to the minimum wage. Just those who are actually on the minimum wage. So he did try to clarify. He did those who are actually on the minimum wage. So he did try to clarify it a bit afterwards. And yes, that might be seen as a bit of an initial slip. Nonetheless, it played right into the very theme he's been pushing in the campaign, that he wants to drive up wages. He wants to be more aggressive in getting that minimum wage going. The Prime Minister, by contrast, went in really hard as soon as Albanese said this. And he argued that 5.1% would be terrible, that it would push up inflation, it would push up interest rates. And that left Scott Morrison looking and sounding like the guy who doesn't necessarily want wages to keep up with inflation. So it became a bit of a double-edged sword, I think, for the government.
Could this have been a turning point in the campaign for Anthony Albanese?
The tour manager for approval, and so Ian unrolled it on.
Favourite band, Steely Dan. Didn't quite make it though, sadly.
Yeah.
Another one from the past, you probably remember this, Werewolves of London by Warren Devon.
Great song.
That is a brilliant song, but
it didn't win though.
Didn't win. The winner is though, drum roll.
Yes.
Evil Woman by ELO.
Oh, well played.
You made a fool of me.
One from Jake this morning says the WWE
things, and his name is Crash Craddock from the Courier Mail, William, and he's been good enough to give us a few moments of his time before he's actually a guest speaker at a luncheon today. Hello, Crash.
G'day, Brad and Liam. Yes, it's nice to talk to you, boys. When I think of Fridays, I think
their energy efficient payments and receive a bonus gift.
Taxes are coming, more taxes, there's a whole list.
authorised by... Owen Clare joins us from Baillieu's Stockbroking. Owen, law of averages, we finally got an update.
Indeed, Liam. In fact, maybe it was all of our positive thinking yesterday that actually paid off.
There are, as we know, life-threatening issues that happen at Perth Children's Hospital, but the executive have had a bright idea, and for each of the staff tea rooms, which has a TV in it so that the staff can relax during their breaks, they've decided that they're going to stop them being able to access television networks and just basic TV programs. Mark Olsen is the Australian Nursing Federation State Secretary. He joins us this morning. G'day, Mark.
Good morning, Liam. Thanks for having me on your program.
Look, thanks for coming on. Is this true? Is this right? Have you heard anything about it?
This is
told from a source there that told from a source there that, because this is very important.
Easy.
From a source there that, because this is very important in the scheme of things at Perth Children's Hospital, the use of televisions for staff. The use of televisions for staff. Now, I'm sorry to laugh. Obviously, there are, as we know, life-threatening issues that happen at Perth Children's Hospital, but the executive have had a bright idea, and for each of the staff tea rooms, which has a TV in it so that the staff can relax during their breaks, they've decided that they're going to stop them being able to access television networks and just basic TV programs. Mark Olsen is the Australian Nursing Federation State Secretary. He joins us this morning. G'day, Mark.
Good morning, Liam. Thanks for having me on your program.
Look, thanks for coming on. Is this true? Is this right? Have you heard anything about it?
This is what I've been told. This is what I've been told, Liam. Extraordinary. This is what I've been told, Liam. Extraordinary. This is what I've been told, Liam. Extraordinary. I've been told, Liam. Extraordinary comes into the Liam. This is what I've been told, Liam. Extraordinary comes into the. I honestly never thought I would. I honestly never thought I would hear such a ridiculous proposal put forward by executive, particularly in the middle of a pandemic, particularly at a time when nurses are working under such onerous conditions, and many of them working double shifts or overtime, that you would say to the staff, look, you would say, particularly in the middle of a pandemic, particularly at a time when nurses are working under such onerous conditions, and many of them working double shifts or overtime, that you would say to the staff, look, you don't have enough time to read your emails. You don't have enough time to read your emails. You shouldn't be watching. You shouldn't be watching. You shouldn't be watching. You shouldn't be watching TV anyway. So we're going to. Stop the regular programs on TV, and the only thing you'll have on those TV screens is the riveting emails or information coming from, I suppose, the executive or from the hospital. You know, you can't write this stuff. You couldn't write this. You can't write this stuff. You couldn't write this in a. You couldn't write this. You couldn't write this in a Hollywood. You couldn't write this in a Hollywood script. You couldn't write this in a Hollywood script, Liam.
You could
as to why they would take this. As to why they would take this. Why they would take this position. Why they would take this. As to why they would. As to why they would take this. As to why they would. As to why they would take this. Why they would take this position.
So effectively, all those TVs in the break rooms become message boards for the health service.
That's effectively right. Either turned off or turned into. That's effectively right. Either turned. That's effectively right. Either turned off or turned into message boards for the health departments. And I think the executives have missed the point that I think the executives have missed the point that when you're on a meal break, it's unpaid time, Liam. It's not time. It's not time that the hospital is paying for you to sit down and read their messages. This is time that people have off.
But more to the point, and surely they've got bigger fish to fry than this. More important things to worry about than whether or not staff are just putting their feet up, as you say, in their own time, in their break time, to watch something on TV.
Well, Liam, I think we need to describe to your listeners that nurses are having more difficulty than ever actually getting to their breaks for various reasons to do with COVID. So the last thing you'd want to be doing right now is taking any measures that would upset your staff. I mean, it's a preposterous notion in the best of times. We are not in the best of times, Liam. We are probably in the worst of times.
Well,
so you're not
told from a source there that, because this is very important in the scheme of things, it's affected, isn't it? Let's go back to the phones this morning. 133 882 is our number, and Joe is on the line. Hello, Joe. How are you this morning?
I'm well, thank you very much, Liam.
What's happening?
I was just saying that a couple of weeks ago I heard your interview with the Mayor of Nedlands and the Lands Minister, and I'm just going to say that tomorrow there's a rally on at 11 o'clock down at the Nedlands foreshore.
Let's go back to the phones this morning. 133 882 is our number, and Joe. Is our number, and Joe is on the line. Hello, Joe. How are you this morning?
I'm well, thank you very much, Liam.
What's happening?
I was just saying that a couple of weeks ago I heard your interview with the Mayor of Nedlands and the Lands Minister, and I'm just going to say that tomorrow there's a rally on at 11 o'clock down at the Nedlands foreshore. And I feel strongly about this. I'm going to be there because I feel strong foreshore. And I feel strongly about this. I'm going to be there I'm going to be there because that land is Class A reserve, just like Kings Park, and that land belongs to all West Australians. Doesn't matter who you are. or what you are. It belongs to future generations. I just can't believe that this is going on. It's ridiculous.
Oh, this is the Tawari Lodge thing. It's the Tawari Lodge thing.
Yes, yes.
They're going to turn Tawari Lodge thing.
Yes.
They're going to turn it into a spa retreat.
This is going on. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Oh, this is the Tawari. Oh, this
Ridiculous.
Oh, this is the Tawari Lodge thing.
Yes.
They're going to turn it into a spa retreat. Yeah.
That's right. And I'm just wanting to let people know that all West Australians should be concerned about this because it's a Class A reserve, just like Kings Park. And the rally tomorrow is come and show your support because at 11 o'clock we need to show people power that this is Class A reserve for all West Australians and future West Australians. And it's very annoying.
Well, Joe, as you mentioned, yeah, we did cover that a couple of weeks ago, the start of that. I like you, I share your dismay. I mean, I just find it extraordinary. I've never heard, ever, and look, if any of our listeners have, feel free to ring me and correct me. I've never heard of a Class A reserve
This seems to be the
being
pattern.
handed over
Unless
to
you have-
developers for a spa resort.
All it's happening with your support, yes, because it's a Class A.
Right now you don't have a lot of better knowledge. Centre where I met him down the Lachlan years ago, and he was sharing what I knew, so I sent the letter to him. Justin Specker just follows currency of the overflow.
Gee, that's good.
Mask outside the home and avoid.
Let's go to Angelo. Good morning, Angelo.
Morning, Liam.
How are you?
Let me tell you about my daughter.
Yeah.
She's what they call, I think, an EN, enlisted nurse.
EN.
Yeah, I think it's an EN or R, and she's one of those two. I don't know. She's constantly
that was a source of great mirth for the Scottish pundits. But
could an EPL team now be looking at him?
I'm sure a lot of people are looking at Aussie Ange, but boy, he's proved them wrong. Well done to Celtic.
And NBL quickly. 5
so
seconds.
The Sydney Kings won. I want to shout out a friend, Fleur McIntyre, first woman to win an NBL ring.
Stay listening to Mornings on ABC Great Southern and Southwest.
Thank you, Nadia. Thank you, Ben. Coming up today on your local program, cases of COVID occurring everywhere. In Bunbury, the Southwest Sports Centre will shut its doors on Sunday due to COVID-19 infections, reducing the availability of lifeguards and other essential employees. So that affects a lot of people. Perhaps you. I wonder if COVID's hit your workplace. Are you people down on the floor or in the paddock because they're home, sick and isolating? Let me know this morning on the program. What about places you go for recreation? Are things you like to do for fun getting cancelled because of COVID? 0448. We'll get to that. And also this. How to create a fauna-friendly garden, and why would you after 10?
Good morning, Tony Carr with ABC News. WA's Chief Health Officer says the timing was right to ease COVID restrictions after the state has recorded more than 15,000 daily case numbers for the third day in a row. Andy Robertson told ABC Radio Perth the state can expect to see daily case numbers between 20 and 25,000 in the coming 2 weeks. Daily case numbers broke through the 10,000 mark days after the mask mandate was lifted. But Dr Robinson says masks aren't as effective anymore.
The time was correct for us to do that. What we've seen is that while all of those measures had been actually very effective in suppressing the outbreak, we were starting to see spread largely being within family groups, within social groups.
The police union says officers are still under immense pressure as they cope with a juvenile crime wave in northern WA. A survey by the union found 70% of officers believe their workload had significantly increased in the last 3 years. Union President Mick Kelly says while extra police in the Pilbara and Kimberley have eased the burden, members are still struggling.
I understand the WA Police Executive has put additional resources up there, but again, we're certainly calling on the other ministers to act and put in programs that can make it not just a policing issue.
Prime Minister Scott Morrison has defended the Coalition's plan to charge foreign criminals awaiting deportation for the cost of their time in immigration detention. The Rudd government scrapped the scheme in 2009 after it was found the cost of chasing detainees for debts outweighed the money paid. Between 2006 and 2008, more than $50 million in detention debt
that was a source of great.
So if you've got an event, Southern is hosting some of the world's best sign artists. If you want to send us a text.
I'm walking home.
Clinic remains on track to open this year. This is despite significant delays. This clinic was meant to open in January, but its opening 2604. Put the cup of tea down, wander outside, have a quick squiz, and how much is in there, and let us know. 10. Past 10. And the member for Albany says a new... Albany says a new Great Southern Radiology Clinic remains on track to open this year. This is despite significant delays. This clinic was meant to open in significant delays. This clinic was meant to open in January, but its opening has now been pushed back to the end of the year. Long-time campaigner for the centre, Mary Williams, told us any delay is a challenge for people needing treatment.
Well, as you know, and as I pointed out, well, as you know,
for people needing treatment.
Well, as you know, and as I pointed out, to the Premier, it's been 5 long years in the years in the making, and we're desperate to get our people off these roads. And as you can appreciate, you know, with the COVID situation, which has been absolutely horrible around the world, our people are having to deal with something else as well, which is going backwards and forwards for treatment to Perth. So you can imagine the stress and basically what this is doing to their health, on top of worrying about COVID. I originally did speak to the Premier. I think it was 4.5 years ago. And at that time, I thought he was really concerned about this, and I'm sure he is, but not concerned enough as far as I'm concerned. And to be really honest with you, our people are desperate for this machine, so to get them off the roads and to get their treatment, so that they can go home and be with their loved ones and just not worry about finding accommodation or worrying about catching COVID on top of what they're going through.
So that's Mary Williams. Now, Labor MP Rebecca Stevens says staffing and supply pressures have impacted Mary Williams. Now, Labor MP Rebecca that's Mary Williams. Now, Labor MP Rebecca Stevens says staffing and supply pressures have impacted the build, but she's confident it is on track.
Yeah.
Says staffing and supplying and says MP Rebecca Stevens says MP Rebecca Stevens says staffing and supply pressures have impacted the build, but she's confident it is on track.
Yeah, I haven't been informed of any. Yeah, I haven't been informed of any changes to the. I haven't been informed of any. I haven't been.
On track.
Yeah, I haven't been informed of any changes to the expected completion time of 2022. So I have heard Mary's comments and her disappointment around the construction of the oncology centre. But I was up there yesterday. And it is a large, complex building, you know, including corridors and connecting facilities to the hospital, a new car parking, and yesterday there was a good 20 blokes on site. The steelworks is up, so it's still on track to be delivered by the end of 2022.
What have been the cause for the delays in opening at the start of the year?
I'm becoming all alone again. Stay, stay, stay. I'm becoming.
What have been the cause? What?
2022.
What have been the cause? What have been the cause for the delay? The cause for the delays in opening at the start of the year?
Oh, I think respectfully, everywhere in the construction industry has been impacted. Obviously, steel is a material that has been impacted with the rest of the construction industry for a number of reasons. You know, the blocking of the railway line over from South Australia, who knows, workers with COVID. I think anyone from South Australia, railway line over from South Australia, who knows, workers with COVID. I think anyone trying to build a house, who knows, workers with COVID. I think anyone trying to build a house, in the Great Southern or in Western Australia has been delayed. So it has been a slight delay from the beginning of the year, but it is still on track to be completed by the end of the year.
Are you concerned that patients are still having to travel to Perth for treatment while there's delays in this project that we've seen?
Told us any delay is a challenge.
Are people off?
Told us any delay is a challenge for people needing treatment.
Material that has been.
Mary Williams.
At the start of the
Labor
year?
MP Rebecca.
Obviously, you'd want the patients to be able to stay home around their loved ones, but you know, we can't stop COVID. We can't stop the construction industry that's facing unprecedented challenges. So, of course, having people at home is what we want, but I think this is still an amazing outcome for our community, a $13 million project that the McGowan government is absolutely committed to.
Are you expecting any more delays, given that we've got price increases to materials and supply chain management issues, labour shortages?
I think what I saw yesterday was that, a lot of people on site, there was materials there, so I don't anticipate that there will be any further delays, but the construction, even just the concrete that's gone into the building is massive. So I'm confident
the contractor is the condo.
MP Rebecca Stevens with the ABC's Lauren Smith there. Lauren Smith. The ABC with the ABC's Lauren Smith there. Now we'll keep an eye on the progress of Albany's Oncology Centre for you. By all sounds of things, according to Rebecca Stevens, it's all guns are blazing and work is progressing on the site.
This is the morning program right here on ABC.
Oh, Mark, is it?
It certainly is, Pete. The Mother Nature's really turning it on. The swell is probably running at about 4 to 5 metres. There's a big shower of rain coming.
2604. Bunbury Mayor Jason McGuell hopes shutting down for one day will be enough time to allow staff to reset. He spoke to the ABC's Sam Bold.
The city and I think his team and Mal, our CEO, has been doing a fantastic job from the very get-go in terms of making sure we separate parts of the team to making sure full teams don't go down when we're out of operation there. But one area we are seeing a direct impact at the moment is the Southwest Sports Centre. So we've released some communications around that that will be shutting down on
Annabelle Lopez. Annabelle Lopez. Annabelle Lopez. Annabelle Lopez. Annabelle Lopez. Annabelle Lopez.
Great coverage there by Ces Molina. Cat goes up again.
Axie dead na, sad. So guys, Axie is dead na nga. Harap na, baka abutin niya pa yung... So guys, Axie is dead na nga.
ABC News with Ali Colvin. A high-tech Chinese surveillance ship has been tracked off the WA coast close to a secretive naval communications base that supports American and other allied submarines. The Defence Minister Peter Dutton has revealed the ADF has closely monitored the Auxiliary General Intelligence vessel over the past week or so as it sailed past the Harold E. Holt Naval Station at Exmouth. He says the timing of the activity during an election campaign and the movement of the vessel is strange.
I think it is an aggressive.
ABC News. ABC News with Ali Colvin.
That Australia.
A high A high-tech Chinese surveillance ship has been tracked off the WA coast close to a secretive naval communications base that supports American and other allied submarines. The Defence Minister Peter Dutton has revealed the ADF has closely monitored the Auxiliary General Intelligence vessel over the past week or so as it sailed past the Harold E. Holt Naval Station at Exmouth. He says the timing of the activity during an election campaign and the movement of the vessel is strange.
I think it is an aggressive act, and I think
strange.
I think it is an aggressive act, and I think particularly because it has come so far south. For it to come south of Exmouth is without precedent, and for it to hug the coastline the way in which it has, and heading up toward the north.
The war of words between the WA and Victorian Labor governments over the GST has escalated, with Premier Mark McGowan telling Victoria to go jump in the lake.
Has less 5 for historical problems, 2 cents for every dollar of GST.
Restrictions.
GST.
WA's Chief Health Officer says the timing was right to ease COVID
in family groups.
Over a week until the election, Scott Morrison has told voters he'll change his, suggesting says
the United States in an effort.
The Association of Southeast Asian Nations are in Washington to open this in the region. It's a drop, but the US has promised more initiatives in the future.
Artist Black Douglas has won the 2022 Archibald Prize for his portrait of Wiradjuri artist Carla Dickens. Chelsea Hetherington reports he's the second Indigenous artist to win the prize in its 101 years.
Douglas painted Dickens, a friend and, in his words, legendary practitioner, knee-deep in the muddy floodwaters of her hometown in Lismore in northern New South Wales. Douglas says the portrait serves as a spokespiece for this year's flooding disaster in the state and the after effects on the community. It also speaks to Dickens' frustration with the government response. Jude Ray's portrait of Australian engineer and inventor Saul Griffith has been highly commended. There were 816 entries and 52 finalists in this year's competition.
Partly cloudy in Perth today, a medium chance of showers becoming less likely this afternoon. A shower or two tomorrow, a top of 21 after a low of 12. In the city at the moment, it's 17.2 degrees.
have redone some of the most popular.
18 degrees at 1 o'clock. 1,000 have been intensive care. 3 deaths have been reported in the 90s. There are now more than his warship has been active cases. Defence Minister Defence Minister Peter Dutton says a Chinese warship has been spotted sailing unusually close to the WA coast. He says Australia's been tracking it for the past week or so, and it's come close to the secretive naval communications base near Exmouth. Mr Dutton denies making the announcement to stoke national security fears in the lead up to the election. He says similar announcements have been made before in a timely manner.
Australians deserve to know what is taking place and Australians deserve to know what is taking place, and it's a repeat of a previous practice. A previous practice where we've made the public aware of these activities before.
Unions are angry the state government hasn't budged on its public sector wage policy, despite announcing a $5.7 billion budget surplus. Workers will be offered a 2.5% increase, and they can choose between another 0.25% or a $1,000 bonus. Ricky Hendon from the Community and Public Sector Union says workers have been let Community and Public Hendon from the Community and Public Sector Union says workers have been let from the Community and Public Sector Union says workers have been let down. And Public Sector from the Community and Public Sector Union says workers have been let down.
CPI sitting at
says workers have been let. Public Sector Union says workers have been let down. Sector Union says workers have been let down. Union says workers have been let down. Workers have been let down.
CPI sitting at 7.5. CPI sitting at 7.6% for Perth CPI. It's simply not enough. There's obviously quite a significant gap in the cost of living there, and public sector unions, including the CPSU, CSA, think that there should be more.
Perth is putting up its hand to stage finals now that Australia has won hosting rights for the 2026. Perth is putting up its hand to stage finals now that Australia has won hosting rights for the 2027 men's and 2029 women's Rugby World Cup. And 2029 women's Rugby World Cups. The tournaments are expected to deliver a $2.8 billion economic boost and bring more than 30,000 participants into grassroots rugby in Australia. Sport Minister David Templeman is hopeful that Perth Stadium can secure a number of key matches, including final.
We're not only ready, but
final.
We're not only ready, but
final.
We're not only ready, but we are so willing to give them a great experience. And it's what you build around the whole experience that makes the difference. And when you think about it, this sort of world sporting spectacle, we could have sporting spectacle. We could have over a billion. We could have over a billion spectacle. We could have over a billion. We could have over a billion sets of eyes on our stage.
Australia's Astronomer at Large says an image of the Milky Way black hole is an exciting development in space technology. It's not the first time a black hole has been photographed, but it's the first one in our galaxy. The hole is about 27,000 light-years away and weighs 4 million times the mass of our Sun. Fred Watson says the image is a remarkable achievement.
8 observatories sort of dotted around one side of the world have combined all their radio telescopes. So this is a kind of radio picture of the sky. And they've combined them all together to make an image that is basically taken with a telescope the size of the Earth.
The All Ordinaries is up 130 at 7,297. The dollar is worth 68.8 US cents, 66.2 euro cents, and 10,100 rupiah.
Sport. Take 6PR with you. Download the 6PR app now.
The AFL has guaranteed there'll still be a significant free-to-air offering in the league's next broadcast deal. Outgoing boss Gillon McLachlan has met with streaming giants in the United States as negotiations continue ahead of the next deal. McLachlan won't say much about the details of the arrangements for 2025 and beyond, but says accessibility for all fans will not be compromised.
You cannot trade off the accessibility. So we have as much free-to-air as anyone wants to take on a weekly basis. We've got about 3.5 games on free-to-air, and we won't compromise that. We will still be at a core, have, give or take, that amount of content on free-to-air football because it's important that everyone can access our game and the best of our game for free.
Carlton recruit George Hewitt just needs to get through training today to make his return from a corked calf against the Giants on Sunday. Port Adelaide captain Tom Jonas will miss tomorrow's game against North Melbourne because he's entered COVID-19 protocols. Round 9 begins this evening with 9th against 10th, Collingwood playing the Western Bulldogs at Docklands. It's 1:05. That's the latest news and sport.
At Harvey Norman, get 60 months interest-free, no deposit finance from Latitude and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Shop furniture, bedding, computers and technology, TVs and entertainment, flooring and more. That's 60 months interest-free, no deposit, no interest from Latitude with 60 approximately equal monthly payments and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000.
Sue McDougall is on a Wednesday, and they'd like to know what time.
Welcome along to Perth Live. It's great to have your company for the run home. In a moment, the spike in COVID-19 cases. The Chief Health Officer, Andy Robertson, is going to join me live on the program. Is a Chinese spy ship off the Australian... No more food reviews for Rob at the Wests, but he's not done yet.
Word on the street. Switch and save with Automasters.
Rugby World Cup final, right here at Optus Stadium. Dutton has very strange, but he's denied that he is leveraging the matter, and it's just over a week, of course, until the federal election. The Rugby World The Defence Minister, Peter Dutton, has described its present as very strange, but he's denied that he is leveraging. Rugby World Cup is coming. The Rugby World Cup is coming to Australia. The men's competition in 2027. The women's in 2029, and this is absolutely fantastic. I'm going to have more to say about it shortly, but there is no reason why Perth should not have a red-hot go. No reason why Perth should not have a red-hot go at hosting the Rugby World Cup final, right here at Optus Stadium. Joe and Gibbo are going to join us from 4:30 this Friday for the press conference. And Rob Broadfield on his departure from the West Australian newspaper. No more food reviews for Rob at the Wests, but he's not done yet.
Word on the street. Switch and save with Automasters. Service or repair with pay later options available.
G'day, Ray. What's your word on the streets?
Yeah, I'm just over at Rottnest at the moment, and there is a island-wide outage of fresh water there. That has been all day.
So what? There's no fresh water at all on Rottnest Island at the moment, Ray?
No, nothing. People are going down to the beach with buckets to fill their system to use toilets.
Do you know what's caused this, Ray?
No idea. Nobody said. But it's been out, and we've been here for 4 or 5 hours, and apparently it's been out all day.
So it's everywhere, is it, Ray? Because it sounds like you're at the pub at the moment.
I am, yes. It's everywhere across the island.
So it doesn't matter if you're at the pub, one of the restaurants, in your accommodation, nobody's got access to fresh water at the moment on Rottnest Island.
That's right. Yep.
How's the beer though, Ray? Is it all right?
It's pretty good actually, thanks. Yeah.
That's all right. As long as you got some nice cold beer, we'll find out what's going on there at Rotto though. What a word on the street to kick off our Friday afternoon. No fresh water at Rottnest Island. We're going to dig a little deeper and find out what's going on. If you want to win $10,000, and we're giving it away next month in Perth Live's big mid-year draw of Word on the Street, with thanks to Automasters. What have you seen? What have you heard? What is your word on the streets?
People you know, opinions that matter, news you can trust. This is Perth Live with Oliver Peterson.
3:09. As you're aware, there has been a spike in the number of COVID cases this last week. It was around the 17,000 mark on Wednesday.
And lock in your best local 7-Eleven on the street. Switch and save with Automasters. Service or repair. Opinions that matter. News you can trust. This is Perth Live with Oliver Peterson.
3:09. As you're aware, there has been a spike in the number of COVID cases. 3:09. As you're aware, there has been a spike. The number of COVID cases this last week. It was around the 17,000 mark on Wednesday and Thursday. The number of COVID cases this last week. It was around the 17,000 mark on Wednesday and Thursday, about 15,500 reported today, but the hospitalisation rate has been steady. Today, 279 patients and a small increase in the number in the intensive care units at 12. Joining me live is the Chief Health Officer, Andy Robertson. Good afternoon. Thanks for your time.
Good afternoon.
2 weeks ago now, you declared we'd hit our caseload peak when we were below about 10,000 daily then. Obviously, that's changed. Have you been caught by surprise?
Look, we always realise that when we took off the various restrictions, that it was likely to, at the very least, to plateau cases, and that we could get new peaks. And in my advice to government on the 21st of April, that's what I stated. And obviously, we have now got those peaks occurring.
What is your new expectation? Are we at the current peak at that 15 to 7,000 mark, or are you expecting it to go higher?
So we obviously peaked this week at around 17. So we obviously peaked this week at around 17, just over 17,000. Over 17,000. We anticipate that it will go higher. It will go higher probably in the next couple of weeks, next 1 to 2 weeks, and may get up to the between 20 and 25,000.
Are you okay with that number, Andy Robertson?
Look, it is what it is. The disease is spreading. The disease is spreading through the community. What we are more focused on is around the hospitalisation rate. So our hospital rates have only gone up marginally in the last month. So in the 10th of April, we had 242 cases in hospital. We've now got just under 280 cases, and the numbers in ICU have gone up and down a few, but they've stayed around that 6 to 10 mark. So we're very comfortable that our population, that we're very able to manage the cases that are coming in.
So overall to date, have things gone worse than you had thought, or are you happy with how it's trending?
Look, we obviously would prefer that it didn't reach these levels, and they are higher than our original modelling would suggest we may get to, but they are consistent with us removing all of the restrictions.
Can you give us a sense of the proportion of people who are in hospital and ICU, for that matter, who are there because of COVID and just with COVID?
Look, that's a very difficult thing to do, largely because
it sounds like
it's not.
You're at the
there
pub.
are.
To the start of the pandemic, we were told that the aim is to not stop people catching COVID, but to stop our health system, our hospital system, from being overwhelmed. And people getting critically ill. So, as you've suggested,
in residential aged care facilities or remote communities, Aboriginal communities. So it is important for us to be able to make sure we're managing those areas appropriate. But at the end of the day, it is around how many people have ended up in hospital.
So keeping that in mind, as you mentioned before, if we go back to April 10, 242 people.
And some of the other services, but generally
25,000 cases a day. But what we have to focus on now, the number of hospitalisations.
Thrive to Great Eastern Highway in Red.
Make aged care staff ratio.
Now at Harvey Norman.
By Dr. Andrew Rochford.
There's a hole in your budget, dear Labor, dear Labor.
Labor hasn't balanced a budget in over.
More information, Ray's word on the street from Rottnest Island today, no fresh water. That's what he told you about 20 minutes ago. We'll find out more. Huey on the text line says if we learned anything from COVID, it's that some not done yet.
Word on the street. Switch and save with Automasters. Service or repair with pay later options available.
G'day, Ray. What's
are obviously some.
G'day, Ray. What's your word on the streets?
Yeah, I'm just over at Rottnest at the moment. Yeah, I'm just over at Rottnest at the moment, and there is a island-wide outage of fresh water. There has been all day. Has been all day.
So what? There's no fresh water at all on Rottnest Island at the moment, Ray.
No, nothing. People are going down to the beach. People are going down to the beach with buckets. To fill their system to use toilets.
Do you know what's caused this, Ray?
No idea. Nobody said. But it's been out, and we've been here for 4 or 5 hours, and apparently it's been out all day.
So it's everywhere, is it, Ray? Because it sounds like you're at the pub at the moment.
I am. Yes. It's everywhere. Across the island.
So it doesn't matter if you're at the pub, one of the restaurants, in your accommodation. Nobody's got access to fresh water at the moment on Rottnest Island.
That's right. Yep.
How's the beer though, Ray? Is it all right?
It's pretty good, actually. Thanks. Yeah.
That's all right. As long as you've got some nice cold beer. We'll find out what's going on there at Rotto, though. What a word on the street to kick off our Friday afternoon. No fresh water at Rottnest Island. We're going to dig a little deeper and find out what's going on. If you want to win $10,000, and we're giving it away next month in Perth Live's big mid-year draw of Word on the Street, with thanks to Automasters. What have you seen? What have you heard? What is your word on the streets?
People you know, opinions that matter, news you can trust. This is Perth Live
Australian
with
coast,
Oliver
but
Peterson.
Not in our waters, presenting some sort of... More information.
Until 6, this is Perth Live with Oliver Peterson on 8.
More information. Ray's word on the street from Rottnest Island today. 27 after 3, chasing fresh water. That's what he told you about 20. It's that scientific modelling is no doubt more. Huey on the text line says if we learned anything from what Huey won Tuesday, triply close.
That's why where we've had direction.
The Prime Minister has just been asked about this as he continues. He is travelling with the Prime Minister and
you find
Michael, first and foremost, Michael Packy is the election campaign. Our federal political editor, Mike. 9 after 3. As you're aware, there has been a spike in the number of COVID cases this last week. It was around the 17,000 mark on Wednesday, and
briefed on this situation, and they were briefed before Peter Dutton held his press. Briefed on this situation, and they were.
Michael Packy is travelling with the Prime Minister. Michael Packy is travelling with the Prime Minister and joins me live. Michael, first and foremost, where do we find you this afternoon?
You find me at a place called Coldstream in Victoria. I'm actually at a winery. We're campaigning at a winery, Ollie. The Prime Minister's been here to talk about wine exports, and then he just spoke briefly to talk about this situation with this Chinese Navy ship off the Australian coastline. Peter Dutton also called it an aggressive act. Now, I asked the Prime Minister about that. Wouldn't quite use that terminology. But the Prime Minister says there are concerns, and clearly that the government is keeping an eye on what is going on here. They believe that the Chinese are just trying to gather intelligence on Australia. The other things I should mention that Labor has been briefed on this situation. And they were briefed before Peter Dutton. They were briefed on this situation, and they were briefed before Peter Dutton held his press conference this afternoon. I don't have a response from Labor at this stage about what they think. But they have been briefed. On the situation. They knew that Peter Dutton would. They knew that Peter Dutton would be holding this press conference. I know that there was some of the questioning of Peter Dutton was, well, why have you told us about this now, given that this ship has been sitting off the Australian coastline for about a week or so? You know, is it just a political act, given that an election is only 8 days away? Now, obviously, Peter Dutton and the Prime Minister have denied such claims. I think.
All right, Huey, 133 882 if you'd like to have your say. The Defence Minister, Peter Dutton.
What?
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Ollie. Good afternoon. The Prime Minister says he has...
when the mathematical modelling hasn't worked. I mean, the fact of the matter is that science is science and it's evidence.
You with the Chief Health Officer, Andy Robertson. G'day, mates.
G'day. I just wanted to make a comment on, was it Andy or was it a caller who was criticising the fact that why are we relying on the science when the mathematical modelling hasn't worked from Australia to the rest of the world.
2.14% for the week. The ASX 200's biggest winners today were led by Life 360, which rocketed 14%.
But Pentanet Nexus connects everyone in the local area together into what we call...
For your free quote, visit coverage on 9 News WA first at 5, then see the full story tonight at 6.
Your landfill bin is the last place for your waste. In fact, there are great sorts in every street with an
Xavier Way, Salter Point is the next property they're putting to auction at 2 p.m. Matt Kalos and Janine Bloom, marketing agents there from Raywhite South Perth, 728 square metres, really good sized block, 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom, the pool, the beautiful gardens, close to Aquinas College, cafes, shops. Really does have it all. So that rounds out Saturday. But got one more for you on Sunday, Ollie, and for your listeners, and this is gorgeous. We've mentioned in our suburbs of the week, Baldivis and the
and more changes for West Coast. 18 degrees at 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm John Nick. Australia says the presence of a Chinese
The suggestion of nothing else.
Australia says the presence of a Australia says the presence of a Chinese warship off WA is an aggressive act 8 days out from the federal election. More from political editor Michael Packy.
A Chinese Navy ship with intelligence gathering capabilities has been in our exclusive economic zone off WA and is now steaming towards Darwin. Defence Minister Peter Dutton says the fact the ship came so far south makes it an aggressive act. Campaigning in Victoria, the Prime Minister wouldn't use the same language, but Scott Morrison says the ship's movements are highly unusual.
We just have to highlight this is obviously an issue of concern.
Mr Dutton denies going public to stoke national security fears a week out from the election, saying Australians need to know what's taking place. Labor has been briefed. Covering the election, Michael Packy, 9 News.
WA's Chief Health Officer predicts COVID-19. WA's Chief Health Officer predicts COVID-19. WA's Chief Health Officer predicts COVID-19 cases will reach between 20 and 25,000. COVID-19 cases will reach between 20 and 25,000 a day in the next fortnight. COVID figures reached just over 17,000 on Wednesday, which was a new record for the state. New cases are down slightly. Today at 15,500. Andy Robertson says it's the hospitalisation figures that health authorities are keeping a close eye on.
On the 10th of April, we had 240.
A close eye on.
On the 10th of April, we had 242 cases in hospital. We've now got cases in hospital. We've now got just under 280 cases, and the numbers in ICU have gone up and down a few, but they've stayed around that 6 to 10 mark. So we're very comfortable that our population, that we're able to manage the cases that are coming in.
Nurses say they've lost their television privileges during breaks at Perth Children's Hospital. Nursing Federation State Secretary Mark Olson claims TVs now display messages from hospital executives rather than regular programs, stripping staff of vital time to recharge during shifts.
I honestly never thought I would hear such a ridiculous proposal put forward by executives, particularly in the middle of a pandemic, particularly at a time when nurses are working under such onerous conditions.
The Civil Aviation Safety Authority will run a number of tests near WA airports and aerodromes next week, and it's warning people might see planes flying unusually low and in strange patterns. The exercises are to make sure certain flight paths operate safely and check there are no new obstacles. About a week, woman Black Douglas is more
interesting, and she's kind of the master of or mistress of upcycling wares.
Australian shares have partially recovered from this week's sell-off as investors were reassured about the US interest rate outlook. The All Ords is up 141 at 7,308. The dollar is worth 69 US cents, 66.3 euro cents and 10,100 rupiah.
Sport. Don't miss the...
And the CEO of FMG, Elizabeth Gaines. That's coming up after the news. It's 4 o'clock.
Small island, big adventure. See the other side of Rottnest when nature comes to life. The swell breaks.
I'm going to bring you all the things you need to know, quite a few things intention. That your vote counted. Answer me just after 5 o'clock this afternoon. And that's the important stuff. Had a few of those. We've had an occasional stone the crows. Jan says, take a funny run. Go and have a funny run. I've never heard that one. Have you ever heard that one? Never heard that one. Neil says those other whining state treasurers can go and take a long walk off a short jetty. And Graham says, who can go past? Outside of the kids. This was the kind of stuff you'd say, because you kind of wouldn't swear too much. You go in Redcliffe. We're very keen to hear from you today, and we learned a couple of interesting things when Dr. Andy Robertson spoke to 1,000 people. You probably know lots of you today. Just let me know how you feel about things. Whether mask wearing ever becomes mandatory, again, I'm just sensing that more of us are putting them on, don't you think? Andy Robertson, when he spoke of this possibility of 25,000 daily cases, he says, look, the spread is largely in school-age kids, and what are those kids doing it? They're giving it to mum and dad.
So what we're anticipating is that we will continue to see rises over the next couple of weeks. We will probably get over the 20,000, between 20 and 25,000 in the next couple of weeks. We anticipate that we will then start to, the numbers correct for us to do.
Of numbers that we are recording every day. Hey, Jeff.
I'm a simple man, but I sort of come out and say, it's mask mandate.
With the bark shaved off. Thank you. And Jan said, well, there was a couple relating to shirts. Mark says, keep. Classic FM this morning when I was driving into work, and they were playing the theme from The Simpsons as written and conducted by Danny Elfman. And, of course, listening to it in that environment, the music was absolutely beautiful. Joan says, I hope all your chooks die. I hope all your chooks die. Isn't there something about, and then running around and stamping on the dunny door? Anyway, we'll do that a little bit later. Zingers, please. Zingers from the old days. Now, last night on Drive, I told you that the City of Cockburn was about to decide whether it would allow mountain bikers to continue to ride the trails of Manning Park's rather magnificent bushland setting. There's been a bit of tension between those who believe mountain bikes do not belong in such places, while lovers of the sport say they most determinedly do. And so last night the council, well, did they script this? They certainly deferred a decision until further down the track, pending, we're told, further studies following passionate deputations from a variety of Manning Park users, including environmental, mountain bike running groups and rioters. They certainly deferred the council. Well, the sports say they most determinedly. And so last
Sport.
And so last night the council, well, did they script this? They certainly deferred a decision until further down the track, pending, we're told, further studies. We're told further studies following passionate deputations from a variety of Manning Park users, including environmental, mountain bike running groups and residents. I was really amazed at the audience response to this story. Mountain bikers say they are deeply respectful of the park and the place. They are deeply respectful of the park and the place and its heritage values, and others argued they simply should not have any place there at all. So what do you think about the shared use of this kind of amenity? Our beautiful bushland. Is it too precious to risk being degraded and spoilt? But what if it's not actually being spoilt at all? It's a familiar dilemma, and a version of this story may well be argued where you live. Let me know what you think. 1300 222 720. Daniel Arndt comes to us from the city of Coburn.
Music, the Classic 100, music for the screen. Log in to vote now at abc.net.au/classic.
You know, that's actually quite cute, because I turned over to Classic FM this morning when I was driving. Coburn, 20. Daniel Arndt coming. Let's take Daniel. Hello, Daniel. Good. I think 1300 222 720. Daniel Arndt comes to us. Daniel Arndt comes to us from the city of Coburn, where he is its chief of built and natural environment. Daniel, good afternoon. Daniel, good afternoon to you. Natural of built and natural environment. Daniel, good afternoon. Daniel, good afternoon to you. Oh, hello. Let's take Daniel. Hello, Daniel. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Daniel, what does that impressive job title entail?
Well, simply, my purpose is to create Coburn as the best place to be. But I guess on a technical point of view, my role is managing the future development of land, enforcing the regulatory requirements relating to buildings, and protecting and conserving the natural environment within the city of Coburn.
It's quite a responsibility. So from your perspective, tell me the real area of conflict here. What risk do mountain bike riders pose to Manning Park, and how might, should or can that risk be mitigated? Well, I guess,
first of all, the city needs to acknowledge that there is really strong community feeling from those people who want to protect the park's environmental and heritage values, and then also the growing number of mountain bike enthusiasts who want to actually use Manning Park for recreation purposes.
Those numbers seem to be growing pretty dramatically. It's obviously a favoured place in an urban environment almost, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a fairly rare and unique area, being Manning Park, in that it is a relatively small park.
Yes.
And yes, it is becoming increasingly popular by a whole range of different users, and some of those users obviously have considerably different views as to what they think are important about the actual park and what they think about the impact that some users may be having on those values.
Is this an argument about members of the community needing to be convinced that others can use that space for their activities safely and appropriately, or they're just members of the community who do not want them there at all?
Oh, look, I think that there is an element of stakeholders and community members around who do not believe that mountain bikes are appropriate within Manning Park. But that's also got to be counterbalanced by that there are local residents who actually use Manning Park for recreation purposes.
They certainly deferred the decision until further down the...
Good afternoon, ABC News with Ali Cole. The Prime Minister says Defence is keeping a close eye on Chinese naval activity off the WA coast. A Chinese spy ship has been tracked close to a secretive naval communications base at Exmouth that supports American and other allied submarines. The Defence Minister Peter Dutton has described its presence as an act of aggression. Scott Morrison has not used that language, but says the ship's proximity to Australia is a reminder of China's growing presence in the region.
We just have to highlight this is obviously an issue of concern, but as we have done on other occasions where this has occurred, it's not the first time. It won't. It's not the first time. It won't be the last time. It'll be the last time. I suspect we'll see. It's not the first time. It won't be the last time. I suspect we'll see it many more times. But they'll keep a close eye on us. And I can assure you, Australia, acting in our national interest, will always be keeping a close eye on them.
The Premier Mark McGowan has attacked the Defence Minister Peter Dutton as nutty and grossly irresponsible over some of his comments on China. On Anzac Day, Mr Dutton, who's in Perth today, declared Australia can only preserve peace by preparing for war. Mr McGowan said an unashamedly Labor budget appointment The state opposition says there's a fair degree of community disappointment with the budget. The government handed down yesterday what it called an unashamedly Labor budget, which included a $400 credit for every household for power bills in a bid to ease cost of living pressures. But Liberal leader David Honey says households will actually receive only about half the amount. Underlying
fees and charges have gone up by over $1,000 since they've come into power. In fact, even this year, whilst they're promising that $400 rebate, you might notice in the budget You might notice in the budget, households only get about $240 of that because fees and charges going up are going to eat up charges going up are going to eat up $160 of that.
Federal Labor has ridiculed the Prime Minister's promise to change his leadership style if re-elected on May the 11th. Ministers works 1 million deaths from the virus. President Joe Biden is describing his need to continue with milestone, including the last pocket of resistance in Mariupol.
It was Barbing, he says, from Ukraine.
Made 5 changes to its side to face Gold Coast.
I'm here for 1300 222 720. Are going on in all councils everywhere. If you want to talk to me about it, I know it's a difficult one to manage, but you've also got, we're talking 2-wheeled push bikes here rather than motorcycles. So you do have to look at the recreational benefits of these things. We want people to be out and about doing these things. Are they destroying special parts of bushland? You'll know. Tell me, 1300 222 720, and I hope your chooks turn into emus and kick your dunny door down. Bev, thank you. That was the one I was looking for.
We want to hear your voice on ABC Radio Perth.
Hello, ABC.
So pop this number in your phone. and call 1300 222 720.
Hi, Tom.
Have your voice.
Uh, 0448 922 604. On the subject of the Aviair flight, so currently they've got these intrastate flights involving Newman, Port Hedland, Karratha and Broome. This correspondent's perspective is the price they currently charge in the Pilbara is a rip-off and you're better off just driving. We need a direct route from the Pilbara to a major East Coast airport, says this correspondent. Now, as part of 0448 922 604. I'd love to hear from you. Now, firstly, here's Chris Barnes. He's the airport manager with the City of Kalgoorlie-Boulder. Here he is speaking with the ABC's Kirsten Johnston about the current canvassing of business interest for a resurrection of that Kalgoorlie to Melbourne flight. It was running, but it died when COVID struck.
And obviously, Melbourne back up in still being at the end of this year, if we can get it back on. And with these businesses providing us with support, that would go a long way towards that.
What are businesses saying to you at the moment?
We're getting excellent feedback from the businesses sector and a large amount of support from the Chamber of Commerce.
Any idea which carrier could pick up the service, or is it too early?
We're not able to talk on that.
Okay, so we're not able to talk on that. That's Chris Barnes, airport manager with the City of Kalgoorlie-Boulder. So that city, along with the Shire of Esperance and tourism body the Golden Outback, are also investigating getting a Kalgoorlie to Esperance flight off the ground to have an alternative option to that close to 4-hour drive between those two centres. Here is Simon Latchford from that partnership. He says they want this to happen quickly.
The date in our minds, the date that we're all aiming for, is to have the entire strategy ready to go with all, and we put that out of the...
Simon Latchford from the Kalgoorlie-Boulder Esperance Aviation Development Partnership. So, September 1, he reckons they can get a Kalgoorlie to Esperance flight off the ground. Now, that's alongside the Kalgoorlie-Melbourne flight ambition as well. Let's get some insight from an aviation analyst / commentator now. Tim Collins from Upstream Aviation. Good afternoon, Tim. Analyst / commentator now. Tim ambition as well. Let's get some insight from an aviation analyst / commentator now. Tim Collins from Upstream.
Also,
some insight from an aviation analyst / commentator now. Tim Collins / commentator now. Tim Collins from Upstream. Now Tim Collins commentator now. Tim Collins from Upstream Aviation. Good afternoon to you. Aviation. Good afternoon to you. Afternoon to you, Tim.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Andrew. How are you?
Well, thanks. Let's start with that Kalgoorlie to Melbourne route. So it's been in place before Melbourne, Kalgoorlie. Well, thanks. Let's start with that Kalgoorlie to Melbourne route. So it's been in place before COVID killed it last. Last time round, the Kalgoorlie-Boulder City is very keen to resurrect it. How viable do you believe?
Well, it's interesting because Kalgoorlie's got quite a large. Because Kalgoorlie's got quite a large, and not just mining, but quite a large. Not just mining, but a large, and not just got quite a large, and not just mining, but quite a large general. Not just mining, but quite a large general FIFO population as well. There's quite a lot of government population as well. There's quite a lot of government jobs that are FIFO. So I think if you combine it with FIFO. So I think if you combine it with tourism, you combine it with resources, you combine it with government type FIFO. Obviously there's probably a push to attract, be able to attract work, be able to attract workers from a wider radius than maybe just WA. So it could be quite viable, and maybe a couple of times a week could be a really good flight. And if you can connect up with the Kalgoorlie one, the Kalgoorlie to Esperance one, that would be fantastic. That would be fantastic.
Okay, we'll get to that shortly. But on the Kalgoorlie to Melbourne route, the airport manager there at Cal was pretty coy on what carrier. What carrier do you think would come to the party?
He was very coy, wasn't he? I would say it's probably one of three. I'd say it's either Jetstar, Virgin, or it's either Jetstar, Virgin, or maybe Bonza. But if it's more of a business type thing, I think it's probably more likely to be Virgin or Jetstar. Virgin has been really pushing the boundaries and really aggressive in looking at new routes, reducing the cost of their business class service, upping their service levels on board. Virgin, I think, is really kicking. Virgin, I think, is really kicking some goals, and they're very go-ahead. So it could well be them.
Now to that Kalgoorlie-Esperance route. Could that work? Would there be enough demand?
If it connects properly with flights from Perth or flights from Melbourne, then it could be, because it's quite difficult to get to Esperance. I mean, essentially, the only way to get to Esperance now is via Rex from Perth. There is no other way, and that's a fully regulated route, and it's only Rex.
So if you're someone wanting to go to Esperance, why would you not just take that direct flight rather than do a bunny hop and tourism body, the Golden Outback?
Well, it would depend where I was coming from
Kalgoorlie to
wanting to go.
Of flights. And again, Aviair approached the government with a proposal which will allow it to increase the size, make that
a little earlier. So that a fairly big other flight.
Unlikely just to be, and probably as network, they support all the very remote areas. They also support Derby, Balgo, Halls Creek, and a lot of other places way up north.
A bit of fragile. 8 minutes to 4. Communication than the written English word. I imagine you'd feel like you're starting the race from a bit behind. We heard on ABC recently that in the Kimberley, Department, well, this is in late 2020, a Department of Education employee leaked figures showing only 8%.
Rory Lobb and Griffin Logue, and have also
is the summation of his text 0448.
Weather gets a bit cooler. All the great room next.
By a significant number of people representing different interest groups, enough Commonwealth and state money has been committed now to fully seal $1 million of state dealing of that road link between Halls. So first up, here's current Halls Creek Shire President Malcolm Edwards, who's more than happy to long-term loads of
there's opportunities. What sort of economic opportunity?
Scenery was developed Panama guests with the down there. Also,
be fully sealed. Have you driven the rough old road previously? 1300 560 222. Let's go now to a lady who's has driven the Tanami Road, or at least she used to on a regular basis through her role several years ago as the head of the Tanami Action Group. Or at least she used to 222. Let's go now.